Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's Chapter 1, The Shadow's Beginning. In the narrow alleyways of Noxus, where lamplight struggles against perpetual shadow and the scent of ambition mingles with desperation, legends are often born, not from glory, but from necessity. Tonight, as darkness settles around us like a familiar cloak, we venture into the story of one who learned that survival itself could become an art form. This is the tale of Talon, the Blade's shadow, whose journey from forgotten orphan to master assassin speaks to the transformative power of purpose found in the most unlikely places. Picture, if you will, the undercity of Noxus in its raw, unforgiving splendor. Here, beneath the grand spires where generals and nobles plot the empire's expansion, exists a world governed by different laws entirely. The cobblestones, worn smooth by countless desperate footsteps, glisten with moisture that might be rain or might be tears. In this place, the distinction matters little. It is a realm where children learn to walk in silence before they learn to speak, where the space between breaths can mean the difference between life and death. In these forgotten corners of the Empire's greatest city, a child moved like smoke through the perpetual twilight. No records marked his birth. No family claimed his name. No gentle hands had ever guided his first steps. He was, in every sense that mattered to the bureaucrats and census-takers above, invisible. Yet invisibility, as he would learn, could be the greatest gift of all. The boy who would become known as Talon possessed no memories of warmth, no recollections of lullabies or tender embraces. His earliest consciousness emerged in the labyrinthine passages beneath Noxus proper, where the forgotten and the forsaken carved out existences in the spaces between stones. Here, survival demanded a different kind of education than what the privileged children received in their marble academies above. Imagine the peculiar silence of his world, not the peaceful quiet of safe sleep, but the charged hush of prey animals sensing predators nearby. Every sound carried meaning in these depths, the scrape of leather on stone that might herald a patrol, the whisper of fabric that could signal an opportunity or a threat, the barely audible intake of breath that preceded either mercy or violence. The unnamed child learned to read these subtle symphonies with the same dedication others might apply to ancient texts. His small hands, even in those early years, possessed an uncanny steadiness. While other orphans fumbled with crude tools or begged with trembling fingers, his movements carried a natural precision that seemed almost supernatural. He could slip a coin from a distracted merchant's purse with the delicate touch of morning mist, leaving no trace of his presence, save for the absence of what had been there moments before. The streets taught him lessons that no formal academy could provide. Pain became his most honest teacher, showing him the true cost of carelessness with bruises that bloomed like dark flowers across his pale skin. Hunger instructed him in the value of patience, demonstrating how the desperate often revealed opportunities to those who could wait in perfect stillness. Fear, perhaps most importantly, became his constant companion and most reliable guide, whispering warnings that kept his heart beating when others had fallen silent. Yet, even in this harsh education, something remarkable began to emerge. The child discovered that his small size, which might have been a disadvantage in direct confrontation, granted him access to spaces and opportunities that larger predators could never reach. He could slip through gaps in walls that would trap grown men, scale surfaces that would challenge seasoned climbers, and most importantly, disappear into shadows so completely that observers might question whether they had seen anything at all. As seasons passed in their nameless procession, for time moved differently in the Undercity, marked not by calendars, but by the rhythm of survival. The boy's skills sharpened like a blade against a whetstone. His movements became increasingly fluid, each gesture purposeful and economical. He learned to breathe without sound, to step without pressure, to exist without disturbing the delicate balance of the world around him. The other children of the streets began to whisper about him in hushed tones, creating legends to explain what they couldn't understand. Some claimed he could walk through walls, others that he was part shadow himself. The truth, as it often is, proved both simpler and more extraordinary than their imaginings. He was simply a child who had learned to listen to lessons that most people never heard, to see opportunities that remained invisible to desperate eyes, to move with a purpose that transcended mere survival. In the deeper hours of night, when even the most determined predators sought rest, the boy would sometimes pause in his endless circuit of the city's hidden arteries. In these rare moments of stillness, something that might have been longing would flicker behind his pale eyes. Not longing for comfort, such concepts had no meaning in his world, but perhaps for understanding. Who was he beneath the careful construction of survival strategies? What might he become if circumstances offered different choices? These questions remained unanswered as he continued his solitary education in the arts of shadow and silence. Each day brought new challenges, new opportunities to refine his emerging abilities. He discovered that observation could be as valuable as action, that patience often yielded greater rewards than haste, that the careful study of others' weaknesses could provide advantages that no amount of strength could match. His reputation, though he possessed no name by which others might know it, began to precede him through the underground networks of the forgotten. Merchants learned to guard their purses more carefully when they felt the peculiar chill that marked his presence. Guards developed habits of glancing over their shoulders when walking routes he was known to frequent. Even the predators who ruled these shadowed territories began to speak of a presence that moved among them like a ghost, taking what it needed and vanishing before consequences could manifest. Yet for all his growing skill, for all the legends that began to accumulate around his nameless figure, the boy remained fundamentally alone. Survival had become his art, invisibility his masterpiece, but purpose remained an elusive concept. He existed in a state of perfect adaptation to his environment, like a creature evolved specifically for life in the margins of civilization. Little did he know that above, in the world of light and official recognition, forces were already moving that would soon reshape his destiny entirely. Generals plotted campaigns that would require tools of a very specific nature. Politicians schemed in ways that demanded instruments of precise application. The Empire's appetite for expansion created needs that traditional soldiers, no matter how skilled, could never fully satisfy. In the grand tapestry of Noxian ambition, a space was forming that would require someone with very particular talents, someone who could move unseen, strike without warning, and disappear before discovery. Someone who understood shadows not as the absence of light, but as a realm unto themselves. Someone who had learned to exist in the spaces between the world's acknowledged reality. The boy continued his nocturnal education, unaware that his carefully honed abilities were about to attract the attention of those who possessed the power to transform anonymous survival into purposeful service. The skills he had developed out of desperate necessity would soon be recognized for their true potential, and the nameless orphan would begin a journey toward becoming something far greater than mere survival could ever offer. As our exploration of these early chapters in Talon's story draws to a gentle close, we're left to contemplate the mysterious ways in which preparation and opportunity converge. In the darkness that nurtured his first abilities, in the silence that taught him patience, in the solitude that forged his self-reliance, the foundation was being laid for a destiny that would reshape not only his own existence, but touch the very heart of an empire's ambitions. Perhaps, as you drift toward your own peaceful rest, you might wonder what hidden talents might emerge from our own moments of quiet struggle, and how do the skills we develop in solitude prepare us for purposes we cannot yet imagine. Chapter 2. Streets of Survival. In the heart of Noxus's Undercity, where civilized societies' carefully maintained facades crumble into honest brutality, childhood takes on meanings that would horrify those who have known gentler worlds. As we continue our journey through Talon's formative years, imagine yourself walking these unforgiving streets where every dawn brings both promise and peril, where the weak are consumed not out of malice, but out of the simple mechanics of survival that govern all wild places. The unnamed boy's education in the arts of staying alive began before conscious memory could record its lessons. In the maze of crumbling tenements and forgotten alleys that comprised his universe, he learned to distinguish between the footsteps of opportunity and the approach of danger with the same instinctive precision that others might use to recognize familiar voices. Each sound carried weight in his developing understanding, the drag of cloth that might conceal a hidden blade, the particular rhythm of boots that belonged to city guards, the almost musical quality of coins shifting in an unguarded purse. Picture the peculiar geography of his childhood domain, buildings that leaned against each other like weary conspirators, their foundations undermined by time and neglect until the very act of standing became a collaborative effort. Windows, where they existed, were typically broken or boarded, creating a world of perpetual twilight, where shadows held more substance than light. The streets themselves formed a labyrinth that followed no architect's plan, having evolved organically around the needs of those who preferred their movements to remain unobserved. In this environment, the boy learned that size could be an advantage rather than a limitation. While larger predators claimed the obvious territories, the main thoroughfares where merchants might venture, the intersections where multiple escape routes converged, he discovered a realm of spaces designed perfectly for someone of his diminutive stature. Gaps between buildings that would trap a grown man became his private highways. Drainage systems became safe passage beneath the feet of those who might wish him harm. Rooftops, accessed through windows others deemed too small for entry, became his elevated kingdom where he could observe without being observed. The education he received on these streets proved more comprehensive than any formal institution could provide. Mathematics came naturally as he calculated angles of approach, distances between handholds, and the probability of success versus the cost of failure. Physics revealed itself through the necessity of understanding leverage, momentum, and the delicate balance required to move across unstable surfaces. Psychology emerged from the critical need to read intentions and facial expressions, to understand motivation from posture, to predict behavior from the subtle tells that preceded action. Yet perhaps the most valuable lesson these streets offered was the understanding that invisibility wasn't merely about not being seen. It was about becoming so perfectly integrated with one's environment that one's presence registered as natural, unremarkable beneath notice. He learned to move with the rhythm of the city itself, to time his actions with the ebb and flow of attention, to exist in the blind spots that every observer carried without realizing. Hunger became his most persistent teacher, demonstrating lessons in patience that no amount of comfort could have provided. He discovered that desperation made people predictable, that the wealthy let their guard down in inverse proportion to their distance from obvious threat, that the most valuable opportunities often came disguised as mundane moments. A merchant distracted by an argument might leave a stall unguarded for precious seconds. A noble stepping carefully around obvious filth might fail to notice fingers as light as autumn leaves. The boy's hands, already possessed of unusual steadiness, developed a sensitivity that bordered on the supernatural. He could detect the outline of valuables through layers of fabric, sense the distribution of weight in a purse by the way it hung, identify the quality of a lock by running his fingertips across its surface. Touch became his most reliable sense in environments where sight and sound could deceive, where the difference between brass and gold might determine whether a risk was worth taking. As seasons passed in their unmarked progression, the child began to understand that survival required more than merely avoiding death. It demanded a kind of artistry that transformed necessity into elegance. His movements became increasingly economic, each gesture serving multiple purposes. A step that brought him closer to a target might simultaneously position him for escape. A reach that seemed casual could conceal the acquisition of something valuable. Every action flowed into the next with a fluidity that suggested careful choreography rather than desperate improvisation. The other inhabitants of this shadow realm began to take notice of his growing reputation. Older thieves, hardened by years of brutal competition, found their established territories inexplicably less profitable when he began operating nearby. Guards who had learned to expect certain patterns of criminal activity discovered that their familiar strategies became ineffective against someone who seemed to exist outside conventional understanding of how such predators behaved. Yet, recognition brought its own dangers. Success in these streets attracted attention, and attention could prove as deadly as failure. The boy learned to manage his reputation as carefully as he managed his physical presence, ensuring that his capabilities remained legendary rather than documented, feared rather than understood. He became a story that older criminals told to explain their failures, a shadow that guards blamed for their inability to maintain security, a presence that existed more in rumor than in witnessed fact. During the deepest hours of night, when the city's legitimate activities surrendered to those who preferred darkness, the boy would sometimes pause in his ceaseless education to observe the world above. Through broken windows and gaps in walls, he could glimpse fragments of the life that existed in Noxus proper, the warm glow of hearth fires, the soft murmur of conversations conducted without fear, the casual comfort of those who had never needed to question whether tomorrow's dawn would find them still breathing. These glimpses didn't inspire envy, for envy required a context of possibility that his world didn't provide. Instead, they served as reminders of how thoroughly adapted he had become to his environment, how completely his identity had merged with the requirements of survival. He no more longed for that distant warmth than a creature of the deep ocean might yearn for sunlight. It existed in a realm so separate from his reality that it might as well have been pure fantasy. His education continued with each passing day, each challenge overcome adding new dimensions to his growing expertise. He learned to read the subtle signs that preceded violence, to recognize opportunity in moments of chaos, to distinguish between profitable risks and merely dangerous ones. The streets taught him that everything had value to someone, that timing could transform worthless objects into precious commodities, that information often proved more valuable than any physical treasure. The boy's reputation, though attached to no name anyone could speak with certainty, began to reach corners of the Undercity far from his usual territory. Stories spread through the networks of the forgotten tales of a presence that could acquire anything if the price was right, of a shadow that could reach targets others deemed impossible, of a ghost that left behind only the absence of what had been there before his passage. Merchants began to speak in hushed tones of losses that couldn't be explained by conventional understanding of theft. Guards developed superstitions about certain routes and specific times, sensing patterns they couldn't quite articulate but had learned to respect. Even the most hardened criminals began to acknowledge that something new had emerged in their world, something that operated by rules they didn't fully understand but had learned to fear. Yet, for all his growing mastery of survival's arts, for all the legends that accumulated around his nameless figure, the boy remained fundamentally incomplete. His skills were extraordinary, his reputation formidable, his abilities beyond question, but purpose remained absent from his existence. He had become perfectly adapted to surviving, but survival itself couldn't answer the deeper questions that occasionally surfaced during his rare moments of stillness. Little did he realize that his carefully honed abilities were already being observed by those who understood their true potential. In the world above, where generals planned campaigns and nobles schemed for advantage, there were those who recognized that certain kinds of problems required very specific solutions. The Empire's appetite for expansion created needs that conventional approaches could never satisfy, demands for precision that traditional methods couldn't provide. As our exploration of Talon's harsh education in the streets draws toward its contemplative close, we find ourselves marveling at the human capacity for adaptation, at the way survival itself can become a form of artistry when necessity demands excellence. In every challenge overcome, every skill mastered, every reputation earned, the foundation was being laid for a transformation that would lift him from anonymous survival toward purposeful service. Perhaps, as you settle into your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how do the hardest lessons we learn in solitude prepare us for connections we cannot yet imagine, and what hidden strengths emerge when survival itself becomes our most demanding teacher. Chapter 3. The Blade Finds Its Edge. In the twilight hours between childhood's desperate scrambling and adulthood's purposeful determination, there comes a moment when survival transforms from reactive desperation into proactive artistry. As we delve deeper into Talon's evolution, imagine the precise instant when a young survivor first feels the weight of steel in his hand and recognizes not just a tool but an extension of his very being, a moment that would forever alter the trajectory of his existence. The transformation began, as many profound changes do, with an accident that revealed hidden truth. During one of his nocturnal expeditions through the Undercity's labyrinthine passages, the boy encountered a scene that had become all too familiar in his world. Violence interrupted, predators fled, and victims left to contemplate the fragile nature of their continued existence. Among the scattered remnants of this brief but decisive encounter lay a blade, nothing ornate or valuable enough to attract the attention of serious scavengers, but something more precious than gold to one who recognized quality when he saw it. Picture this moment of discovery: thin fingers, already possessed of unusual sensitivity, wrapping around a handle that seemed designed specifically for his grip. The weight distribution felt natural, as if the weapon had been waiting for precisely these hands to claim it. In that instant of contact, something awakened within him, not bloodlust, for violence held no particular appeal to his practical nature, but recognition. The blade felt less like an acquired tool, and more like a recovered part of himself that had been missing without his realizing it. His first experiments with the weapon took place in the deepest hours of night, in abandoned spaces where observation remained unlikely and mistakes wouldn't attract dangerous attention. Initially, his movements were tentative, exploratory, the careful testing of someone who understood that confidence without competence could prove fatal. Yet even these early attempts revealed an intuitive understanding of balance, leverage, and precision that suggested natural aptitude rather than learned skill. The blade became his constant companion during the weeks that followed, hidden within the folds of his worn clothing, where its presence remained undetectable to casual observation. He practiced constantly, transforming every moment of solitude into an opportunity for improvement. Simple movements, draw, strike, return, were repeated until they became as natural as breathing. Complex sequences were developed, refined and perfected, until they flowed with the same fluid grace that characterized his movement through the city's shadows. As his comfort with the weapon grew, so did his understanding of its deeper possibilities. The blade wasn't merely a tool for inflicting harm, it was an instrument of precision that could accomplish goals that bare hands could never achieve. Locks that had previously required time-consuming manipulation could be defeated with carefully applied pressure. Obstacles that had once demanded elaborate circumvention could be addressed with surgical accuracy. Most importantly, threats that had previously required extensive avoidance strategies could now be neutralized with decisive action. The first time circumstances forced him to use the blade in genuine conflict, the encounter lasted mere seconds, but taught lessons that would echo throughout his developing understanding of his own capabilities. A predator, emboldened by what appeared to be easy prey, discovered too late that assumptions about vulnerability could prove fatally incorrect. The boy's response was swift, precise, and utterly without hesitation, not because he craved violence, but because survival demanded immediate and decisive action when retreat proved impossible. In the aftermath of that encounter, as he cleaned the blade with the same careful attention he devoted to all his tools, the boy experienced something that might have been revelation. The weapon hadn't made him more violent, it had made him more complete. The fears that had previously shaped his movements, the constant calculation of risk versus reward that had governed every decision, began to transform into something approaching confidence. Not the reckless confidence of the inexperienced, but the quiet assurance of someone who understood his own capabilities. His reputation in the Undercity began to evolve accordingly. Where once he had been known as a particularly gifted thief, stories now emerged of encounters that ended with surprising swiftness and decisive finality. Predators who had grown comfortable with their positions in the local hierarchy discovered that their assumptions about power dynamics required substantial revision. The boy's territories, once claimed through stealth and avoidance, were now maintained through a combination of invisibility and the understanding that some shadows contained more danger than others. Yet even as his skill with the blade developed from competence to mastery, the boy remained fundamentally unchanged in his approach to conflict. Violence was never his first choice, never his preferred solution to problems that could be addressed through other means. The blade served as a final option rather than a primary strategy, a guarantee that survival remained possible even when all other approaches had been exhausted. This restraint, perhaps more than his technical skill, marked him as something beyond a mere street fighter or casual predator. The weapon itself seemed to respond to his careful attention, its edge maintaining a sharpness that defied the normal wear of constant use. He learned to read its balance like a familiar book, to anticipate its responses to subtle adjustments in grip or angle, to trust its guidance when speed mattered more than conscious thought. The blade became less a tool he wielded and more a partner in the delicate dance of survival that characterized his existence. As seasons passed and his reputation continued to grow, the boy began to attract attention from unexpected quarters. Older criminals, veterans of countless street conflicts, would occasionally emerge from whatever depths they inhabited to observe his techniques. Their assessments, shared in whispered conversations he wasn't meant to overhear, spoke of potential that transcended the normal boundaries of street-level survival. They recognized something in his movements, something in his approach to combat, that suggested capabilities worthy of more sophisticated applications. The blade training expanded beyond simple combat techniques to encompass the full spectrum of what such a weapon could accomplish in skilled hands. He learned to use its edge for purposes that required the finest precision, picking locks, disabling traps, creating openings where none had existed before. He discovered that the weapon's balance made it suitable for throwing when circumstances demanded strikes at distance, that its design allowed for concealment in ways that larger weapons could never achieve. More importantly, he began to understand the psychological dimensions of blade work, how the mere knowledge that someone possessed such skills could alter the dynamics of an encounter before physical conflict even began. Reputation, carefully managed, could prevent more violence than any amount of actual fighting. The suggestion of capability often proved more effective than its demonstration, particularly when that suggestion was backed by enough documented evidence to establish credibility. His movements through the city began to change as his confidence with the blade developed. Where once he had moved with the careful stealth of someone avoiding conflict at all costs, he now carried himself with the quiet assurance of someone prepared for whatever circumstances might arise. This subtle shift in bearing, almost imperceptible to casual observation, nonetheless registered with those who made their living by reading such signs. The boy was no longer just another survivor, navigating the Undercity's dangers. He was becoming something that others needed to factor into their own calculations of risk and opportunity. The blade work demanded not just physical skill, but mental discipline of the highest order. Every movement required conscious thought until it became unconscious reflex. Every technique needed practice until it transcended the limitations of deliberate action. Every strategy had to be internalized until response became as natural as breath itself. This discipline, perhaps more than any specific technical skill, began to shape his approach to all aspects of existence. During the quiet hours when the city's legitimate activities surrendered to those who preferred darkness, he would sometimes pause in his practice to contemplate the strange path his life had taken. The blade had opened possibilities he could never have imagined during his earliest days of simple survival. Yet, with these new capabilities came new responsibilities, new questions about purpose and direction that mere survival had never required him to consider. The weapon had made him more than just another forgotten child scrambling for existence in society's margins. It had given him the tools to shape his circumstances, rather than merely react to them, to influence outcomes rather than simply endure them. Yet this power came with the recognition that capability demanded choice, that skill created responsibility for how that skill was employed. As our exploration of Talon's discovery of his true calling draws toward its gentle conclusion, we find ourselves considering the mysterious ways in which our deepest talents often reveal themselves through the tools that feel most natural in our hands. In his growing mastery of the blade, in his evolving understanding of precision and timing, the foundation was being established for a future that would transcend mere survival to embrace purpose itself. Perhaps, as you drift toward your own peaceful rest, you might reflect what tools or skills feel most natural in your own hands, and how might mastery of our truest talents prepare us for purposes we have yet to discover. Chapter 4. Master of the Shadows. In the quiet evolution from competence to mastery, there exists a threshold that separates those who merely survive from those who command their circumstances with artistry that borders on the supernatural. As we continue our journey through Talon's transformation, imagine the moment when natural talent meets relentless dedication, when survival instincts mature into something approaching perfection, a convergence that would establish legends whispered in the darkest corners of an empire built on strength. The boy's reputation in the Undercity began to shift from notoriety to reverence as his skills transcended the boundaries of conventional understanding. Where once his abilities had marked him as exceptionally gifted among the desperate masses who called the shadows home, they now elevated him to a category that seemed to exist outside normal classifications. He was no longer simply another predator navigating the complex hierarchies of street-level survival. He had become something that older criminals spoke of in hushed tones, a presence that operated according to principles they recognized, but could never hope to emulate. Picture the gradual recognition that spread through the criminal networks like ripples across still water. Veterans of countless conflicts, scarred survivors of decades spent in constant competition for resources and territory, began to acknowledge that something unprecedented had emerged in their world. The boy's techniques possessed a refinement that suggested training far beyond what the streets typically provided, yet no academy claimed him, no master took credit for his education. He had somehow achieved mastery through pure necessity, refining his abilities in the crucible of survival until they approached the theoretical perfection that formal instruction could only aspire to reach. His understanding of stealth evolved beyond mere invisibility to encompass a kind of presence management that bordered on the mystical. He learned to control not just his visibility, but his entire sensory footprint, the sound of his breathing, the displacement of air around his movements, even the subtle changes in temperature that his body heat might create in enclosed spaces. This comprehensive approach to concealment allowed him to exist in proximity to his targets for extended periods, studying their habits and vulnerabilities with the patience of a scholar and the precision of a scientist. The blade work that had begun as simple survival technique matured into something approaching high art. His strikes became exercises in geometric perfection, each movement calculated to achieve maximum effectiveness with minimum effort. He discovered that true mastery lay not in the spectacular displays of skill that impressed observers, but in the subtle applications of force that accomplished objectives with such efficiency that the work seemed effortless. A target neutralized before awareness could register danger. An obstacle removed so cleanly that its absence appeared natural. A problem solved with such precision that no evidence of intervention remained. As his capabilities grew, so did the complexity of the challenges he chose to accept. The simple acquisitions that had once represented significant achievements became routine exercises, barely worthy of conscious attention. He began to seek opportunities that would test the limits of his evolving abilities, targets protected by multiple layers of security, objectives that required infiltration of heavily guarded facilities, acquisitions that demanded timing so precise that the margin for error measured in heartbeats rather than minutes. Each successful completion of these increasingly difficult challenges added new dimensions to his growing legend. Stories spread through the Undercity's communication networks of impossibilities accomplished, of security measures that proved ineffective against someone who seemed to exist outside their parameters of protection. Guards would arrive at their posts to discover that their most carefully guarded charges had simply vanished, leaving behind no trace of how the impossible had been achieved. Merchants would find their most secure strongholds had been visited by someone who took only what they came for, ignoring valuables that conventional thieves would have claimed without hesitation. The precision of his work began to attract attention from those who operated in the spaces between the criminal underworld and legitimate society. Fixers, intermediaries who connected problems with solutions, started to inquire about the possibility of engaging his services for matters that required capabilities beyond what conventional approaches could provide. These tentative contacts marked the beginning of his evolution from independent operator to sought-after specialist, though he remained careful to maintain the autonomy that had served him so well during his formative years. His approach to each assignment became increasingly sophisticated, incorporating elements of planning and preparation that elevated simple execution to the level of strategic artistry. He would spend days or even weeks studying a target, learning their routines with such thoroughness that he could predict their movements with almost supernatural accuracy. Environmental factors were mapped with the same attention to detail: guard rotations, lighting patterns, the subtle rhythms of activity that governed even the most secure locations. The psychological dimensions of his work received equal attention to the physical techniques. He learned to read the subtle signs that preceded betrayal, to recognize the moment when an ally might become an enemy, to distinguish between genuine cooperation and elaborate deception. This understanding of human nature, refined through countless interactions with those who lived by deception and violence, became as valuable as any technical skill he possessed. His reputation began to transcend the boundaries of the Undercity, reaching into circles where legitimate business intersected with activities that required more flexible approaches to problem-solving. Whispered references to his capabilities appeared in conversations between those who shaped policy and those who implemented it, between those who identified problems and those who made them disappear. The unnamed boy had somehow achieved recognition among individuals whose very acknowledgement represented a form of validation that no formal credential could provide. Yet even as external recognition grew, he remained fundamentally unchanged in his approach to his work. Violence was still employed only when necessary, efficiency remained his primary objective, and anonymity continued to be his most treasured protection. The growing legend that surrounded his activities served as both advertisement and shield, attracting the right kind of attention while discouraging casual interference from those who might otherwise seek to exploit or eliminate a perceived threat to their own operations. The weapons he employed expanded beyond the original blade to encompass a variety of specialized tools, each selected for specific applications that conventional approaches couldn't address. Throwing knives balanced for accuracy at various distances, climbing equipment designed for silent operation, lock picks crafted with precision that allowed access to security measures that defeated ordinary tools. Each addition to his arsenal was chosen not for its impressiveness, but for its utility in addressing problems that required solutions beyond the reach of standard techniques. His understanding of the city's geography evolved to encompass not just the obvious routes of travel, but the hidden arteries that connected seemingly separate locations. Drainage systems, maintenance passages, abandoned construction projects, all became components of a three-dimensional map that existed primarily in his memory, allowing him to move through Noxus with a freedom that seemed to violate the normal constraints of architecture and security. This intimate knowledge of the city's hidden anatomy gave him advantages that no amount of strength or speed could provide. The timing of his operations became an art form unto itself, each action coordinated with the natural rhythms of urban life to minimize the possibility of unexpected interference. He learned to read the subtle patterns that governed human behavior, to anticipate when guards would be most alert, and when their attention might waver, to recognize the moments when circumstances aligned, to create opportunities that might not occur again for weeks or months. As his mastery approached its full flowering, he began to understand that true excellence in his chosen field required more than just technical proficiency. It demanded a kind of philosophical approach that integrated all aspects of his being into a unified whole. His movements, his breathing, his very thoughts became components of a larger system designed to achieve objectives with the same inevitability that characterized natural law. The boy who had once scrambled desperately through the Undercity's passages, driven by nothing more than the need to survive until morning, had transformed into something that transcended the normal categories of criminal expertise. He had become a master of shadows in the truest sense, someone who could accomplish objectives that others deemed impossible, who could exist in the spaces between what was known and what was suspected, who could shape outcomes through applications of skill so refined that they appeared supernatural to those who witnessed their effects. As our exploration of Talon's emergence as a true master draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves marveling at the transformation that discipline and dedication can work upon natural talent. In his evolution from desperate survivor to sought-after specialist, we see reflected the eternal human capacity for growth, the potential that exists within each of us to transcend our circumstances through the patient cultivation of our deepest abilities. Perhaps, as you settle into your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how does mastery of our truest talents transform not just our capabilities, but our very understanding of what becomes possible when skill meets purpose? Chapter 5. The Couteau Discovery. In the grand theater of imperial politics, where generals rise and fall on the strength of their strategic insights and the effectiveness of their chosen instruments, there comes a moment when opportunity recognizes potential and destiny begins to reveal its true design. As we delve into this pivotal chapter of Talon's transformation, imagine the convergence of two vastly different worlds, one shaped by desperate survival in society's forgotten corners, the other governed by calculated ambition in the highest echelons of power. General Marcus du Couteau moved through Noxus like a force of nature contained within human form, his very presence reshaping the political landscape around him with each calculated step. He was a man who understood that true power lay not in dramatic displays of strength, but in the precise application of the right pressure at exactly the right moment. His reputation had been built upon a foundation of victories that appeared almost effortless to outside observers, yet those who served under his command knew that such apparent ease was the product of meticulous preparation and an understanding of warfare that transcended conventional tactical thinking. Picture the general during one of his periodic inspections of the city's security arrangements, not the ceremonial reviews that satisfied political requirements, but the genuine assessments that revealed the true state of Noxus's defensive capabilities. He moved through the urban landscape with the same systematic thoroughness that characterized his military campaigns, observing not just the obvious elements of security infrastructure, but the subtle gaps that existed between official protocols and practical implementation. It was during one such inspection that whispered reports reached his attention, stories that would have seemed like elaborate fantasies if they hadn't been corroborated by multiple independent sources. Tales of impossibilities accomplished in the Undercity, of security measures that proved ineffective against someone who seemed to exist outside their parameters of protection. The general listened to these accounts with the careful attention he devoted to all intelligence that might prove tactically relevant, recognizing that such capabilities, if they truly existed, represented resources that could serve purposes far beyond mere criminal enterprise. The investigation that followed was conducted with the same precision that du Couteau applied to all his strategic endeavors. Rather than relying on the crude methods that other officials might employ, sweeping raids, mass arrests, the blunt instruments of conventional law enforcement, he chose to observe and evaluate. Specialists were deployed not to capture or eliminate the mysterious figure whose activities had generated such remarkable stories, but to verify whether reality matched reputation. The reports that returned to the general's attention painted a picture that challenged conventional understanding of what individual capability could achieve. His agents described techniques that suggested training far beyond what the streets typically provided, precision that approached the theoretical limits of human possibility, and an understanding of stealth that seemed to violate the normal constraints of physics. Most remarkably, they reported that these extraordinary abilities appeared to be entirely self-taught, refined through necessity rather than formal instruction. For a man who had spent his career identifying and cultivating exceptional talent, these reports represented something unprecedented. The general had encountered many skilled individuals during his years of service, soldiers who excelled under pressure, officers who demonstrated tactical brilliance, specialists who possessed capabilities that made them invaluable for specific applications, yet none had achieved such mastery through pure necessity, without guidance or institutional support. The implications were staggering. If such ability could emerge from the crucible of survival alone, what might it become with proper direction and resources? The decision to make direct contact required careful consideration of multiple factors. The individual in question had demonstrated a preference for anonymity that bordered on the obsessive, suggesting that conventional approaches to recruitment might prove counterproductive. Moreover, someone with such capabilities presumably possessed options that would make standard incentives ineffective. The general recognized that success would require an approach that acknowledged the unique nature of both the target and the desired outcome. The first encounter was orchestrated with the same attention to detail that Couteau applied to his most complex military operations. Rather than attempting to force a meeting through overwhelming pressure, an approach that might drive such a capable individual permanently underground, he chose to create circumstances that would naturally lead to contact. Intelligence suggested that the mysterious figure occasionally accepted assignments that required capabilities beyond conventional criminal expertise. The general arranged for such an opportunity to present itself, one that would serve as both test and invitation. Picture the moment of first observation. The general, concealed within carefully prepared positions, watching as his target approached an objective that had been designed to challenge every aspect of the skills that reputation claimed he possessed. Multiple layers of security, each presenting different types of obstacles. Guards positioned according to patterns that would test ability to predict and exploit human behavior. Environmental challenges that would require not just stealth but comprehensive understanding of urban architecture and surveillance technology. What followed exceeded even the general's carefully calibrated expectations. The approach demonstrated strategic thinking that incorporated elements of timing, psychology, and environmental manipulation into a unified plan of remarkable sophistication. The execution revealed technical skills that approached the limits of human possibility, while maintaining the kind of precision that suggested absolute confidence in one's abilities. Most impressively, the entire operation was conducted with an economy of movement that wasted no effort on unnecessary flourishes or dramatic gestures. The general observed not just the successful completion of the assigned objective, but the methodology employed to achieve it. Here was someone who understood that true mastery lay not in impressive displays of capability, but in the efficient application of exactly the right amount of force at precisely the right moment. The work demonstrated patience when speed might have been tempting, restraint when violence could have provided easier solutions, and precision when approximate solutions might have sufficed. In the aftermath of this carefully orchestrated test, Couteau found himself facing a decision that would influence not just his own career, but the future direction of Noxian strategy itself. The individual whose capabilities he had just witnessed represented potential that transcended the normal categories of military asset. With proper development and direction, such abilities could serve purposes that conventional approaches could never achieve. Yet recruitment would require delicate handling, recognition that this was not merely another skilled professional seeking employment, but someone whose very independence represented a significant portion of their value. The approach, when it finally came, was as carefully calculated as everything else in the general's strategic repertoire, rather than attempting to overwhelm or intimidate. Approaches that might work with conventional targets, but could prove disastrous with someone of demonstrated capability. Couteau chose to present himself as he truly was, a professional recognizing exceptional ability and offering opportunity for that ability to serve purposes worthy of its refinement. The conversation that followed would later be remembered by both participants as one of the most significant exchanges of their respective careers. The general spoke not of threats or coercion, but of potential and possibility. He outlined a vision of what such capabilities might accomplish when directed toward objectives that transcended mere survival or criminal profit. Most importantly, he demonstrated understanding that true excellence could not be commanded or purchased, only offered appropriate channels through which to express itself. For his part, the young man who had never possessed a name worth speaking listened with the same careful attention he devoted to all intelligence that might prove tactically relevant. The general's reputation preceded him. Here was someone who understood the value of precision, who appreciated efficiency over spectacle, who recognized that the most effective solutions often remained invisible to casual observation. More significantly, Couteau spoke of purposes that might justify the application of abilities that had been developed purely for survival. The decision, when it came, was not made lightly. The young assassin had spent his entire conscious existence maintaining independence, recognizing that freedom of action represented his most valuable protection against the countless threats that characterized his world. Yet the general's proposal offered something that had never existed in his previous experience: the possibility of purpose beyond mere survival, of applying his abilities toward objectives that might justify their refinement and development. The moment of acceptance marked not just a career change, but a fundamental transformation in identity. The nameless orphan who had learned to survive through pure necessity was about to become something unprecedented in Noxian military history, a weapon of such precision and capability that his very existence would reshape strategic thinking throughout the Empire. Yet this transformation would require not just new skills and knowledge, but a complete reconceptualization of what his abilities might accomplish when directed toward purposes greater than individual survival. As our exploration of this pivotal moment in Talon's evolution draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves witnessing one of those rare convergences when potential meets opportunity and destiny begins to reveal its true design. In the general's recognition of extraordinary ability and the young assassin's acceptance of greater purpose, we see reflected the eternal dance between talent seeking direction and vision, recognizing the instruments of its implementation. Perhaps, as you drift toward your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how do the most transformative moments in our lives often emerge when someone recognizes potential we didn't know we possessed? And what might we accomplish if our deepest abilities were offered worthy purposes to serve? Chapter 6. Adoption and Training. In the careful alchemy of transformation that turns raw potential into refined mastery, there exists a sacred trust between teacher and student that transcends mere instruction to become something approaching family bond. As we continue our journey through Talon's metamorphosis, imagine the profound shift that occurs when a life shaped by solitary survival encounters the structured guidance of someone who recognizes not just ability, but the deeper purpose that ability might serve when properly directed and nurtured. The transition from the Undercity's harsh independence to the Couteau household's disciplined structure presented challenges that no amount of street-honed survival instinct could have prepared him for. Where his previous existence had been governed by the immediate demands of staying alive until the next dawn, this new environment operated according to principles that extended far beyond mere survival. Here, every action served multiple purposes, every lesson built upon previous understanding, and every day brought him closer to becoming something he had never imagined possible. Picture the first morning in his new circumstances, awakening not in whatever hidden corner had provided temporary safety the night before, but in chambers that had been prepared specifically for his use. The simple luxury of a bed, of walls that provided genuine security rather than mere concealment, of space that belonged to him by right rather than by stealth. These comforts, commonplace to those born into different circumstances, represented a fundamental shift in his understanding of what existence might offer. General du Couteau's approach to his development proved as carefully calculated as his military strategies, rather than attempting to rebuild techniques that already demonstrated extraordinary effectiveness. The general chose to enhance and refine, to add layers of sophistication to abilities that had been forged in the crucible of necessity. This respect for what already existed, this recognition that street-learned skills possessed value, that formal training could complement but never replace, established the foundation for trust that would characterize their entire relationship. The training itself began not with weapons or technique, but with knowledge that the Undercity could never have provided. History became a tactical resource, teaching him how past conflicts had been shaped by individual actions at critical moments. Geography transformed from simple navigation aid to strategic understanding of how terrain influenced outcomes. Languages opened doors to information sources that remained closed to those limited to their native tongue. Mathematics revealed the hidden patterns that governed probability, timing, and the precise calculation of risk versus reward. Yet even as his intellectual education expanded to encompass subjects that few formal academies could match, the physical development of his abilities proceeded along paths specifically designed to complement his existing strengths. Where another teacher might have attempted to impose conventional fighting styles, du Couteau recognized that true mastery required techniques tailored to the individual practitioner. The blade work that had begun as desperate survival skill was refined into something approaching high art, each movement analyzed and perfected until efficiency became indistinguishable from elegance. The general's own expertise in assassination and intelligence work provided insights that no amount of street experience could have offered. Formal poisoncraft replaced the crude toxins that necessity had sometimes demanded. Architectural knowledge revealed structural weaknesses that could be exploited by someone with the skill to reach them. Social engineering became a tool as valuable as any physical weapon, teaching him to manipulate circumstances and individuals with the same precision he applied to his blade work. Perhaps most significantly, the training environment provided something that his previous existence had never offered: the luxury of failure without fatal consequence. In the Undercity, mistakes meant death or capture, creating a learning environment where experimentation was too dangerous to pursue. Under du Couteau's guidance, he could explore the limits of his abilities, test new techniques, and refine approaches without the constant pressure of immediate survival. This freedom to fail and learn from failure accelerated his development in ways that pure necessity could never have achieved. The weapons training expanded far beyond the single blade that had been his constant companion. He learned to work with paired weapons that allowed for simultaneous offense and defense. Throwing techniques were refined until he could place projectiles with surgical precision at distances that defied conventional understanding of accuracy. Specialized tools were introduced, each designed for specific applications that conventional approaches couldn't address. Yet through all these additions, the general ensured that complexity never compromised the essential simplicity that made his techniques so devastatingly effective. The psychological dimensions of his education proved equally comprehensive. Where the streets had taught him to read immediate threats and short-term opportunities, formal training expanded his understanding to encompass long-term planning and strategic thinking. He learned to analyze opponents, not just for immediate weaknesses, but for patterns of behavior that might be exploited over extended periods. Information gathering became a skill as refined as any physical technique, teaching him to extract useful intelligence from sources that seemed unlikely to possess anything of value. Integration into the du Couteau household brought him into contact with others who served the general's interests, each possessing their own specialized skills and areas of expertise. These interactions, carefully managed to ensure security while providing educational opportunities, exposed him to perspectives and techniques that his solitary development could never have encompassed. He observed how professionals in different fields approached their work, learning lessons about efficiency, precision, and dedication that transcended the boundaries of any single discipline. The relationship with du Couteau himself evolved beyond mere teacher and student to something approaching the paternal bond that the young assassin had never experienced. The general demonstrated through consistent action, rather than empty words, that excellence deserved recognition, that loyalty earned protection, and that family could be forged through shared purpose rather than mere blood relation. This emotional security, perhaps more than any technical instruction, provided the foundation for growth that transformed potential into achievement. Yet even as comfort and security allowed him to explore new dimensions of his abilities, the training never lost sight of practical application. Every technique was tested not just in controlled conditions, but in scenarios that simulated the kind of challenges he might face in actual operations. The general's extensive network provided opportunities for real-world application of developing skills, allowing him to build experience gradually while maintaining the safety net that formal support could provide. The development of his tactical thinking proved particularly significant, where his previous approach to challenges had been necessarily reactive, responding to immediate threats and opportunities as they arose. Formal training taught him to think several moves ahead, to anticipate consequences, and prepare for contingencies that might not become relevant for weeks or months. This strategic perspective transformed him from someone who survived circumstances to someone who could shape them according to his own objectives. Physical conditioning reached levels that his street existence, despite its demands, had never required. Formal training revealed that his natural agility and strength could be enhanced through specific exercises and dietary regimens that the Undercity couldn't have provided. Endurance expanded beyond mere survival requirements to encompass the kind of sustained performance that complex operations might demand. Recovery techniques allowed him to maintain peak effectiveness through extended periods of high-stress activity. The psychological preparation proved equally comprehensive. Meditation techniques taught him to maintain perfect calm under pressure that would shatter less disciplined minds. Memory training expanded his ability to retain and organize vast amounts of tactical information. Emotional control exercises ensured that personal feelings never compromised professional judgment, that anger or fear never influenced decisions that required objective analysis. As months of intensive development passed, the transformation became apparent not just in his enhanced capabilities, but in his fundamental understanding of what those capabilities might accomplish. The desperate orphan who had learned to steal and kill for survival had evolved into something unprecedented, a weapon of such precision and versatility that his very existence expanded the range of problems that could be solved through direct action. Yet perhaps the most significant aspect of this transformation was the sense of belonging that formal adoption provided. For the first time in his conscious existence, he possessed not just a name but an identity that connected him to something larger than mere individual survival. The Couteau name carried weight throughout Noxian society, opening doors and commanding respect that his abilities alone, however extraordinary, could never have achieved. The training period drew toward its conclusion not with formal ceremony, but with the quiet recognition that student had become colleague, that potential had been fully realized, that the general's investment in exceptional ability had yielded returns that exceeded even his carefully calculated expectations. The young man who had once moved through the Undercity's shadows as a nameless ghost was now ready to serve purposes that would reshape the very foundation of Noxian strategic thinking. As our exploration of this transformative period draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves witnessing the profound alchemy that occurs when raw talent meets structured guidance, when individual ability is offered the resources and direction necessary for its full flowering. In Couteau's patient cultivation of extraordinary potential and Talon's acceptance of growth beyond survival, we see reflected the eternal human capacity for transformation when trust and dedication unite in pursuit of excellence. Perhaps, as you settle into your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how do the relationships that shape us most profoundly often begin when someone recognizes potential we didn't know we possessed? And what might we become if our deepest abilities were nurtured by those who understand their true worth? Chapter 7. The Family Business. In the intricate dynamics that define families bound not merely by blood, but by shared purpose and mutual understanding. There exists a delicate balance between individual identity and collective mission that shapes each member's understanding of their place in the larger design. As we delve deeper into Talon's integration into the Couteau household, imagine the complex interplay of personalities, ambitions, and loyalties that characterized one of Noxus's most influential families, a constellation of exceptional individuals united by their commitment to excellence and their understanding that true strength emerges from coordinated effort rather than individual achievement. The Couteau estate existed as a world unto itself, where political strategy and personal relationship intertwined in ways that outsiders could never fully comprehend. Here, dinner conversations might casually reference intelligence operations that would reshape international relations, while training sessions served as both skill development and family bonding time. The household operated according to principles that acknowledged no separation between professional excellence and personal loyalty, creating an environment where individual growth served collective purpose and collective success enhanced individual achievement. Picture Talon's gradual understanding of his new family's intricate dynamics. Katerina, whose fierce independence and tactical brilliance had already earned her recognition as one of Noxus's most formidable operatives, represented everything he might have become if his development had followed conventional paths. Her approach to their shared profession demonstrated how formal training and natural talent could combine to produce results that satisfied both personal ambition and family expectations. Yet, despite her achievements, she welcomed his integration with a generosity that spoke to her understanding that excellence in others enhanced rather than threatened her own position. The relationship that developed between them transcended simple sibling rivalry to become something approaching professional partnership. Where others might have seen competition between two exceptionally skilled individuals operating in similar fields, they recognized the advantages that their different approaches could provide when properly coordinated. Her direct, aggressive style complemented his preference for subtlety and precision, creating possibilities for operations that neither could have accomplished alone. This professional synergy gradually evolved into genuine personal connection, the kind of trust that could only emerge between individuals who understood each other's capabilities and limitations. Cassiopeia presented a different kind of challenge to his understanding of family dynamics. Her political acumen and social sophisticate, Ranchan operated in spheres that his street-born background had never prepared him to navigate, yet her acceptance of his place within the family hierarchy demonstrated that respect could be earned through demonstrated competence rather than inherited privilege. Her ability to manipulate social situations with the same precision he applied to physical challenges taught him lessons about influence and power that purely tactical training could never have provided. The conversations between family members revealed layers of complexity in their shared enterprise that extended far beyond simple assassination work. They spoke of information networks that spanned continents, of political relationships that required maintenance across decades, of strategic objectives that might take years to accomplish through patient manipulation of circumstances and individuals. Talon began to understand that his adoption into this family had made him part of an organization whose influence touched every aspect of Noxian society and extended into the corridors of power throughout Valoran. General Couteau's leadership of this family enterprise demonstrated how personal relationships and professional objectives could be seamlessly integrated when all participants shared common understanding of their ultimate goals. He ruled not through intimidation or rigid hierarchy, but through the kind of authority that emerged naturally from demonstrated competence and genuine concern for each family member's development. His guidance shaped not just their individual skills, but their understanding of how those skills could serve purposes larger than personal advancement. The estate itself reflected the family's approach to their work. Every room served multiple functions. Every corridor provided options for both obvious and concealed movement. Every gathering space allowed for conversations that could range from intimate family matters to strategic planning sessions. Security measures were so thoroughly integrated into the architecture that they remained invisible to casual observation while providing protection that few conventional approaches could penetrate. Living in such an environment taught Talon lessons about preparedness and operational security that no amount of theoretical instruction could have conveyed. Training sessions became opportunities for family bonding as much as skill development. Sparring with Katerina revealed the difference between his street-honed techniques and her academy-refined methods, leading to innovations that incorporated the best elements of both approaches. Observing Couteau's demonstrations of advanced techniques provided insights into how decades of experience could refine natural ability into something approaching artistry. Even casual interactions with household staff revealed layers of operational planning and security consciousness that characterized every aspect of the family's daily existence. The political dimensions of their work required understanding that extended far beyond simple execution of assignments. Talon learned to analyze the broader implications of each operation, to consider how individual actions might influence the complex web of relationships that governed Noxian society. He discovered that their family's reputation provided both opportunities and responsibilities, that their success in previous endeavors created expectations that future performance must meet or exceed. This pressure to maintain excellence across generations had shaped every aspect of how the Couteau name was associated with precision, reliability, and results that justified whatever costs their services might require. Yet perhaps most significantly, integration into the family provided him with something he had never experienced: unconditional acceptance based on demonstrated loyalty rather than constant proof of value. The street had taught him that relationships were transactional, that protection and cooperation must be continually earned through useful contributions to others' objectives. The Couteau household operated according to different principles, where family membership, once established, created bonds that transcended temporary setbacks or individual failures. This security allowed him to explore aspects of his personality that survival requirements had never permitted. Humor, previously a luxury too dangerous to indulge, became a tool for building connections with his new family members. Intellectual curiosity, always present but carefully contained, could now be expressed through genuine interest in subjects that had no immediate tactical application. Personal preferences, previously irrelevant to the business of staying alive, could be acknowledged and accommodated within the household's operations. The transition from individual operator to family member required adjustments that went beyond simple skill enhancement. He learned to coordinate his activities with others' schedules, to share information that his independent existence had taught him to guard carefully, to accept assistance with tasks that he had always accomplished alone. These changes challenged fundamental assumptions about safety and control that had governed his entire previous existence, yet the benefits of coordinated effort soon became apparent in results that exceeded what any individual achievement could have provided. Family meals became strategic planning sessions disguised as social gatherings, where each member's current projects could be discussed and potential areas of cooperation identified. These conversations revealed the vast scope of the Couteau family's influence, the networks of contacts and obligations that connected their activities to political developments throughout the known world. Talon's gradual integration into these discussions marked his evolution from mere addition to the household to genuine participant in its strategic planning. The responsibilities that came with family membership extended beyond simple operational duties to encompass representation of the Couteau reputation in all his activities. Every assignment he accepted reflected on the family name. Every technique he employed either enhanced or potentially diminished their collective standing. This awareness of broader implications transformed his approach to his work, adding layers of consideration that went beyond simple tactical effectiveness to encompass political ramifications and long-term strategic consequences. Yet, despite these additional complexities, the fundamental satisfaction he derived from his work remained unchanged. If anything, the knowledge that his abilities served purposes worthy of their refinement enhanced rather than diminished his motivation to achieve excellence. The family's strategic objectives provided context that made individual operations feel like components of a larger design rather than isolated incidents. giving meaning to activities that might otherwise have seemed merely mechanical applications of specialized skills. The estate's library became a particular source of fascination, containing not just tactical manuals and historical accounts, but philosophical works that explored the deeper questions surrounding their profession. He discovered that previous generations of the family had grappled with issues of loyalty, duty, and the proper application of extraordinary capability in service of larger purposes. These writings provided intellectual framework for understanding his own place within traditions that extended far beyond his personal experience. As seasons passed, and his integration into the family deepened, Talon began to understand that the Couteau household represented something unprecedented in his experience. A group of individuals whose exceptional abilities enhanced rather than threatened each other, whose success created opportunities for collective achievement that transcended what any single person could accomplish. This realization transformed his understanding of what family might mean when based on shared excellence rather than mere biological connection. As our exploration of Talon's integration into the Couteau family business draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves witnessing the profound transformation that occurs when individual excellence finds its proper context within larger purpose. In his acceptance by Katerina and Cassiopeia, in his understanding of the family's strategic objectives, in his recognition of how personal loyalty and professional duty could unite in service of worthy goals, we see reflected the eternal human search for belonging that transcends mere survival to embrace meaningful contribution. Perhaps, as you drift toward your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how do the families we choose through shared purpose and mutual respect often provide deeper meaning than those we inherit, and what might we accomplish when our individual talents find their proper place within collective endeavors worthy of our dedication? Chapter 8. Missions and Mastery. In the careful orchestration of empire, where grand strategies require precise execution and political objectives demand solutions that conventional diplomacy cannot provide, there emerges a need for instruments of such refined capability that their very existence reshapes the boundaries of what becomes possible. As we continue our exploration of Talon's evolution, imagine the moment when theory transforms into practice, when years of preparation crystallize into actions that would establish legends whispered across continents and cement a reputation that would endure long after the echoes of his footsteps had faded from memory. The first assignment that bore the full weight of Couteau family expectations came wrapped in the kind of complexity that separated true professionals from merely skilled practitioners. A Dalmatian general, whose strategic insights threatened to shift the balance of power along Noxus's eastern borders, had proven immune to conventional approaches to elimination. His security arrangements, refined through years of survival in the treacherous world of international politics, presented layers of protection that had defeated previous attempts through sheer comprehensiveness and careful attention to detail. Picture Talon's approach to this challenge: weeks of patient observation that revealed patterns invisible to hurried analysis, careful study of architectural plans that disclosed vulnerabilities that their creators never intended, meticulous mapping of human routines that exposed the brief windows when absolute security became merely excellent protection. The operation itself unfolded with the precision of a master craftsman's finest work, each movement calculated to achieve maximum effect with minimum disturbance, every action timed to exploit the momentary gaps that even the most careful planning could not entirely eliminate. The success of this first major assignment established more than just professional credibility. It demonstrated that the Couteau family's investment in his development had yielded returns that exceeded even their carefully calibrated expectations. The general's demise appeared so natural that even his most paranoid advisors found no evidence of external intervention, yet the strategic implications of his absence immediately became apparent in the shifting dynamics of border negotiations and military positioning. Word of this achievement spread through the networks that connected those who shaped policy with those who implemented it, carried by whispers that acknowledged exceptional work without revealing operational details. The unnamed assassin who had once moved through Noxus's undercity, seeking only survival, had become something that foreign intelligence services would spend considerable resources attempting to identify, understand, and ultimately counter. The assignments that followed tested different aspects of his expanding capabilities. A merchant prince whose financial manipulations threatened Noxian economic interests required an approach that combined infiltration skills with precise timing, since his elimination needed to appear as the natural consequence of business rivalries rather than external intervention. A rebel leader whose charismatic speeches were inspiring resistance movements across 3 different provinces demanded techniques that could function effectively amid the chaos of public gatherings, while maintaining the subtlety necessary to avoid creating martyrs. Each operation added new dimensions to his growing expertise. Desert infiltrations taught him to work in environments where concealment depended on understanding how light and shadow behaved across sand dunes rather than urban architecture. Maritime assignments revealed the unique challenges of shipboard security and the opportunities that port cities provided for those who understood how commerce and information flowed through such critical junctions. Mountain operations demonstrated how altitude and weather could be transformed from obstacles into tactical advantages when properly anticipated and exploited. The reputation that began to accumulate around his activities served dual purposes, advertising his capabilities to those who might require such services, while simultaneously providing protection through the deterrent effect that uncertainty could create among potential adversaries. Foreign intelligence networks began to speak of a Noxian asset, whose methods defied conventional countermeasures, whose operations left behind no signatures that could be analyzed for patterns or weaknesses. Yet perhaps most significantly, each successful mission strengthened the bonds that connected him to his adoptive family and their shared understanding of excellence in service of worthy objectives. Couteau's satisfaction with results that exceeded even his demanding standards provided validation that transcended simple professional approval to touch something deeper, the recognition that potential had been fully realized, that investment in exceptional ability had produced returns that justified every resource devoted to its development. The geographical scope of his operations expanded, as Noxian interests required solutions to problems that emerged across the known world. Shuramen assignments taught him to navigate political complexities that involved not just human actors but ancient magical forces that most outsiders could never fully comprehend. Ionian infiltrations revealed how spiritual traditions could create security measures that operated according to principles entirely different from conventional military thinking. Even ventures into the Freljord's frozen territories demonstrated how environmental extremes could be transformed from nearly insurmountable obstacles into unique opportunities for those prepared to work within their constraints. The tools of his trade evolved to match the increasing sophistication of the challenges he faced. Specialized poisons were developed for targets whose physiologies or magical protections rendered conventional toxins ineffective. Climbing equipment was refined to function silently in environments where the slightest sound might compromise entire operations. Communication devices allowed coordination with support networks across distances that would have made previous generations of operatives entirely dependent on their individual resources and judgment. Perhaps most importantly, his understanding of the political dimensions of his work deepened with each assignment's successful completion. He learned to analyze not just the immediate tactical requirements of specific objectives, but the broader strategic implications that made certain targets worthy of the risks that their elimination would require. Information gathering became as crucial as physical infiltration, since understanding motivation and relationships often proved more valuable than knowledge of security arrangements or personal habits. The psychological aspects of his profession received equal attention to technical skill development. He learned to read the subtle signs that preceded betrayal, to recognize when apparent cooperation masked elaborate deception, to distinguish between genuine alliance and temporary convenience. These insights, refined through encounters with individuals whose survival had depended on their ability to manipulate others' perceptions, became as valuable as any weapon in his expanding arsenal. The networks of contacts that supported his operations grew to encompass individuals whose loyalty to Noxian interests transcended national boundaries or conventional political alignments. Information brokers, transportation specialists, equipment suppliers, all became components of an infrastructure that allowed his capabilities to be projected across greater distances and applied to increasingly complex objectives. This support system, carefully developed and maintained through relationships based on mutual benefit rather than simple financial transaction, provided resources that no individual operator could hope to develop independently. Yet even as external recognition of his achievements grew, he remained fundamentally committed to the principles that had guided his development from the beginning. Violence was employed only when necessary, efficiency remained his primary objective, and the kind of spectacular displays that attracted attention were carefully avoided in favor of results that spoke for themselves through their strategic impact rather than their dramatic presentation. The training that had begun under Couteau's guidance continued through practical application, each mission providing opportunities to refine techniques and develop new approaches to challenges that theoretical instruction could never have anticipated. Real-world experience revealed subtleties of timing, psychology, and environmental adaptation that no amount of controlled practice could fully prepare him for. Yet his foundation of disciplined preparation ensured that adaptation occurred rapidly and effectively. The financial rewards of his success, while substantial, proved less significant than the satisfaction that came from applying exceptional ability toward objectives worthy of the risks they required. The Couteau family's strategic vision provided context that transformed individual operations from isolated incidents into components of larger designs, giving meaning to activities that might otherwise have seemed merely mechanical applications of specialized skills. Intelligence agencies throughout the known world began to develop increasingly sophisticated theories about the individual whose activities had disrupted so many of their carefully laid plans. Yet their attempts to develop countermeasures consistently failed because they approached the problem through conventional frameworks that could not account for capabilities that transcended normal categories of professional expertise. The legend that accumulated around his work served to enhance rather than compromise his effectiveness, since reputation could often accomplish objectives that direct action might have required. The mere possibility of his involvement in a situation could influence decision-making processes in ways that benefited Noxian interests without requiring any actual intervention, demonstrating how excellence in execution could create strategic advantages that extended far beyond the immediate tactical applications of specific skills. As seasons passed and his list of successful operations continued to grow, Talon began to understand that he had achieved something unprecedented in the history of his profession, a level of expertise that transformed him from mere tool of policy into strategic asset, whose capabilities influenced the very formation of national objectives. His success had created possibilities that previous generations of planners could never have considered, expanding the range of problems that could be addressed through direct action rather than lengthy diplomatic or military campaigns. As our exploration of Talon's emergence as Noxus's premier operative draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves marveling at the transformation of individual ability into historical significance. In each mission successfully completed, in every reputation enhanced through precise execution, in the growing recognition that excellence had found its proper application, we witness the profound satisfaction that emerges when personal mastery serves purposes worthy of its dedication. Perhaps, as you settle into your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how does the faithful application of our highest abilities toward worthy objectives transform not just our own understanding of what becomes possible, but the very landscape of opportunity for those who follow in our footsteps? Chapter 9. The Disappearance. In the delicate architecture of trust that binds families together, there exists no catastrophe more devastating than the sudden absence of the foundation upon which all other relationships have been built. As we delve into this most painful chapter of Talon's journey, imagine the moment when certainty transforms into confusion, when the unthinkable becomes reality, when someone who seemed as permanent as the stones of Noxus itself simply vanishes into silence that no amount of searching can fill or explain. The mourning that would forever divide Talon's existence into before and after began like countless others that had preceded it, with the comfortable routines that characterized the Couteau household's carefully orchestrated daily life. Dawn brought the familiar sounds of a family preparing for another day of coordinated activity, quiet conversations over breakfast that seamlessly blended personal affection with professional planning, the subtle rustle of equipment being checked and prepared, the measured footsteps that spoke of individuals moving with purpose toward objectives that served both personal ambition and collective goals. Yet as hours passed in their accustomed rhythm, an absence began to register in ways that defied immediate explanation. General Couteau's presence had always been more felt than seen, a constant reassurance that guidance and protection remained available even when not actively required. His morning briefings, his evening assessments, his casual observations that revealed layers of strategic thinking hidden beneath apparently simple statements, these had become such integral parts of the household's daily existence that their absence created a void that seemed to alter the very atmosphere of familiar spaces. Picture the gradual recognition that something fundamental had shifted in the family's carefully maintained equilibrium. Scheduled meetings that should have occurred remained unacknowledged. Communications that required the general's authorization went unanswered. Most troubling of all, the various networks of contacts and information sources that he maintained through constant attention began to report that their expected communications had simply ceased, leaving important questions unresolved and critical decisions suspended in uncertainty. The search that followed was conducted with the same systematic thoroughness that characterized all Couteau family operations. Every known associate was contacted, every possible destination investigated, every conceivable explanation explored with meticulous attention to detail. Talon threw himself into this effort with an intensity that transcended professional obligation to become something approaching desperate devotion, applying every skill he had developed and every resource he could access to the task of locating the man who had transformed his existence from mere survival into purposeful service. Days blurred into weeks as the investigation expanded beyond conventional approaches to encompass possibilities that most searchers would never have considered. Hidden sanctuaries that might provide perfect concealment were infiltrated and thoroughly examined. Political enemies whose motivations might include elaborate revenge scenarios were subjected to surveillance, so comprehensive that their private thoughts seemed to be the only information that remained beyond reach. Even magical consultations were pursued, despite the general's well-documented skepticism regarding supernatural solutions to practical problems. Yet every lead that seemed promising ultimately dissolved into frustration. Every theory that appeared to explain the inexplicable eventually collapsed under careful scrutiny. The general had not been captured by enemies, for no ransom demands materialized, and no political advantages were claimed by those who might have benefited from his elimination. He had not been killed in conflict, for no body was discovered, despite searches that extended across multiple continents and involved resources that few individuals could have commanded. Most mysteriously of all, he had not departed voluntarily, for the meticulous planning that characterized all his activities would never have left important matters unresolved or loyal followers uninformed about his intentions. The emotional impact of this inexplicable absence began to reveal itself in ways that Talon's previous experience had never prepared him to handle. The street-honed survival instincts that had carried him through every previous challenge proved inadequate for addressing a problem that could not be solved through stealth, precision, or violence. For the first time since his adoption into the family, he encountered a situation where his exceptional abilities provided no obvious path toward resolution, where mastery meant nothing in the face of mystery that defied conventional understanding. Sleep became elusive as his mind continued the search through hours when conscious effort had been temporarily suspended. Dreams transformed into elaborate scenarios where successful discovery provided the reunion that waking hours seemed unable to achieve. Even the familiar comfort of weapons practice provided only temporary relief from the grinding uncertainty that had replaced the confident purpose that had previously characterized every aspect of his existence. The household's other members struggled with their own responses to the general's absence, each processing the loss according to their individual natures and relationships with the missing patriarch. Katerina threw herself into increasingly dangerous assignments that seemed designed to court the kind of decisive resolution that her father's disappearance had failed to provide. Cassiopeia retreated into political maneuvering that grew ever more complex and far-reaching, as if expansion of influence might somehow create conditions that would facilitate his return. Yet perhaps most troubling of all was the recognition that the general's absence threatened more than just personal relationships. It endangered the entire network of alliances, obligations, and strategic initiatives that his leadership had carefully constructed over decades of patient effort. Without his guiding intelligence, decisions that required his unique understanding of complex political dynamics remained unmade. Operations that demanded his specific authorization were suspended indefinitely. Most critically, the delicate balance of loyalty and fear that had maintained the family's position within Noxian society began to shift in ways that suggested opportunity for enemies who had previously been held in check by respect for Couteau capabilities. The investigation's scope expanded to encompass possibilities that seemed to stretch the boundaries of rational explanation. Secret enemies whose existence had never been suspected were considered as potential explanations for disappearance that defied conventional understanding. Ancient grudges that might have motivated revenge scenarios of unprecedented complexity were explored through historical research that revealed layers of political intrigue extending back through generations of Noxian leadership. Even the possibility of magical intervention was examined, despite the practical difficulties involved in investigating phenomena that operated according to principles entirely different from conventional causation. Months passed without resolution, and Talon found himself confronting questions that his previous existence had never required him to address. How does one maintain purpose when the source of that purpose has vanished without explanation? How does one continue to serve ideals and objectives that had been given meaning through personal relationship with someone whose current situation remains unknown? Most fundamentally, how does one preserve loyalty to someone whose current circumstances might have transformed their previous wishes into obsolete concerns? The weight of unanswered questions began to influence his approach to assignments that remained necessary despite the general's absence. Operations that he might have discussed with the Couteau before implementation now required independent judgment that carried risks extending far beyond immediate tactical concerns. Political implications that the general's experience might have anticipated became potential threats that could only be addressed through careful analysis of incomplete information. Yet even as uncertainty clouded his understanding of larger strategic objectives, Talon's commitment to the family that had provided him with identity and purpose remained unwavering. The bonds forged through years of shared experience, mutual respect, and genuine affection proved stronger than the confusion created by inexplicable absence. If the general could not be found, then the principles he had taught and the relationships he had fostered would be preserved through continued dedication to the excellence he had valued above all other considerations. The search itself became a form of memorial, a demonstration of the loyalty that Couteau's guidance had inspired and the skills that his training had developed. Every resource expended in the effort to locate him served as testimony to the profound impact that his mentorship had achieved. Every technique applied to the investigation represented practical application of lessons that his patient instruction had provided. Even the futility of the effort, when measured against conventional standards of success, testified to the depth of connection that transcended simple professional obligation to touch something approaching filial devotion. Gradually, as seasons passed without resolution, Talon began to understand that the search had transformed from practical investigation into spiritual journey. The external quest to locate Couteau's physical presence had become an internal exploration of what the general's influence had truly meant. What lessons had been learned that transcended his immediate presence? What legacy remained even in the absence of the man who had created it? The realization that emerged from this painful period of reflection would reshape his understanding of loyalty, duty, and the proper response to loss that defied explanation. Couteau's physical absence, however inexplicable, could not diminish the reality of the transformation he had worked in his adopted son's life. The skills he had taught, the principles he had demonstrated, the family bonds he had fostered, all remained as permanent legacies that no disappearance could erase. As our exploration of this most challenging period in Talon's journey draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves witnessing the profound test that comes when those we depend upon most completely are suddenly removed from our lives without explanation or closure. In his desperate search for answers that seemed beyond discovery, in his struggle to maintain purpose when its source had vanished, in his gradual recognition that true loyalty transcends physical presence, we see reflected the eternal human challenge of preserving love and commitment even when their objects seem lost beyond recovery. Perhaps, as you drift toward your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how do the deepest relationships in our lives continue to shape and guide us, even when those who formed them are no longer present to offer direct counsel? And what does it mean to honor the memory of someone whose influence transcends their physical presence in our world? Chapter 10. Bonds of Brotherhood. In the aftermath of profound loss, when the very foundations of existence seem to shift beneath one's feet, there emerges a particular kind of strength that can only be forged between those who share both grief and determination to honor what has been taken from them. As we continue our exploration of Talon's journey through the darkness that followed Couteau's disappearance, imagine the quiet understanding that develops between siblings not bound by blood, but by something deeper. The recognition that their shared commitment to preserving their father's legacy transcends individual pain to create bonds that no external force could hope to sever. The dynamic between Talon and Katarina had always possessed complexity that outsiders struggled to comprehend, a relationship that seamlessly blended professional respect with genuine personal affection, competitive drive with unwavering mutual support. Yet the general's absence transformed this already strong connection into something approaching sacred trust, as each recognized in the other the only person who truly understood the magnitude of what had been lost and the weight of responsibility that his disappearance had placed upon their shoulders. Picture the subtle shift in their interactions during those first difficult weeks. Conversations that had once included easy reference to future plans, requiring the general's input, now carried the careful weight of decisions that could no longer await his guidance. Training sessions that had previously served as opportunities for friendly rivalry transformed into collaborative efforts to maintain the standards of excellence that he had instilled in both of them. Even their approach to individual assignments began to incorporate considerations of how their actions might affect the family's collective interests in ways that honored his memory, while protecting the legacy he had worked so carefully to establish. Katarina's response to their shared loss revealed depths of character that her typically direct, aggressive approach might have concealed from casual observation, where others might have expected her to retreat into solitary grief or channel her pain into reckless action. She instead demonstrated the emotional intelligence that had always complemented her tactical brilliance. She recognized that preservation of their family required not just individual excellence, but coordinated effort that acknowledged their different strengths while working toward common objectives. The conversations they shared during the quiet hours when official duties had been completed provided opportunities for understanding that transcended their professional relationship to touch something approaching genuine intimacy. They spoke of memories that revealed different aspects of the general's character, moments of humor that balanced his serious dedication, instances of unexpected gentleness that complemented his renowned strategic ruthlessness, glimpses of vulnerability that made his strength seem more rather than less impressive. These exchanges gradually revealed how profoundly Couteau's influence had shaped both of their approaches to their shared profession. His emphasis on precision over spectacle had become so thoroughly integrated into their thinking that they sometimes discovered themselves using identical phrases or reaching similar conclusions through reasoning processes that bore unmistakable traces of his guidance. This recognition of shared intellectual heritage provided comfort that helped ease the isolation that grief might otherwise have created. The practical challenges of maintaining family operations in the general's absence required coordination that tested every aspect of their relationship. Decisions that had previously flowed through his comprehensive understanding of complex political dynamics now demanded collaborative analysis that drew upon both of their specialized perspectives. Katarina's experience with conventional military structures complemented Talon's intuitive grasp of unconventional approaches, creating analytical capabilities that, while different from their father's individual genius, proved remarkably effective in addressing the challenges that continued to emerge. Yet, perhaps most significantly, their shared commitment to locating the Couteau created opportunities for cooperation that revealed the true depth of their mutual trust. Joint operations that combined her direct assault capabilities with his stealth and infiltration expertise proved devastatingly effective in extracting information from sources that conventional approaches had failed to penetrate. The seamless coordination they achieved during these investigations demonstrated how thoroughly each understood the other's capabilities and limitations, how completely they had learned to function as complementary parts of a unified whole. The protective instincts that emerged between them surprised both with their intensity. Talon found himself analyzing potential threats to Katarina with the same meticulous attention he devoted to his own security, while she began incorporating considerations of his safety into her typically bold operational planning. This mutual concern, while never explicitly discussed, became apparent through subtle adjustments in their behavior that spoke to the deep affection that had developed beneath their professional partnership. Their different approaches to processing grief provided unexpected opportunities for mutual support. Where Talon's tendency toward introspection might have led to isolation, Katarina's more direct emotional expression encouraged conversations that brought clarity to feelings that solitary reflection could never have resolved. Conversely, his capacity for patient analysis helped her channel immediate emotional responses into long-term strategies that served their shared objectives while honoring the intensity of her feelings. The household staff, observing these interactions, began to recognize that the Couteau family's essential character remained intact despite the general's absence. The principles he had instilled, the standards he had maintained, the careful balance between personal affection and professional excellence that had characterized their family culture, all continued to flourish under the joint stewardship that Talon and Katarina provided through their coordinated leadership. Training sessions that had once served as individual skill development transformed into collaborative exercises that enhanced both of their capabilities while strengthening the bonds between them. Sparring matches became opportunities to test new techniques against opponents who understood their strengths well enough to provide meaningful challenges. Technical discussions revealed how each had internalized different aspects of their father's teachings, creating opportunities for mutual education that enriched both of their professional arsenals. The political dimensions of their family's position within Noxian society required careful management that drew upon both of their unique talents. Sparring matches became opportunities to test new techniques against opponents who understood their strengths well enough to provide meaningful challenges. Technical discussions revealed how each had internalized different aspects of their father's teachings, creating opportunities for mutual education that enriched both of their professional arsenals. The political dimensions of their family's position within Noxian society required careful management that drew upon both of their unique talents. Katarina's established relationships within military hierarchies provided access to information and influence that complemented Talon's connections among the networks of specialists who operated in society's shadows. Together, they could maintain the family's reputation for effectiveness while preserving the discretion that had always characterized the Couteau operations. Perhaps most importantly, their partnership provided living proof that the general's investment in building strong family bonds had created something that could survive even his mysterious absence. The loyalty he had inspired, the mutual respect he had fostered, the shared commitment to excellence he had instilled, all remained as permanent legacies that continued to shape their behavior and guide their decisions, even when his direct influence was no longer available. The assignments they undertook together during this period achieved results that honored the family tradition while establishing new standards of collaborative effectiveness. Their combined capabilities allowed them to address challenges that neither could have handled independently, demonstrating how the general's vision of family as coordinated strength, rather than individual competition, had created possibilities that transcended what any single person could achieve. The emotional support they provided each other during the darkest moments of uncertainty proved as valuable as any tactical assistance. When Talon's typically controlled demeanor threatened to crack under the weight of unresolved questions, Katarina's fierce determination reminded him that strength could be shared rather than borne alone. When her direct approach to problems encountered obstacles that defied conventional solutions, his patience and analytical capabilities provided alternative perspectives that prevented frustration from becoming despair. Their joint efforts to maintain contact with the networks of allies and associates that Couteau had cultivated demonstrated how thoroughly they had absorbed his lessons about the importance of long-term relationships in achieving strategic objectives. Each proved capable of representing the family's interests with the kind of dignity and competence that preserved confidence in Couteau's capabilities, while acknowledging the changed circumstances that his absence had created. The understanding that developed between them during this challenging period transcended simple sibling affection to become something approaching telepathic coordination. In dangerous situations, each could anticipate the other's responses with accuracy that seemed supernatural to outside observers. During complex negotiations, they could provide mutual support through subtle signals that reinforced their positions while maintaining the appearance of independent judgment. As seasons passed and their partnership deepened, both began to recognize that they had discovered something precious amid their shared loss. The bonds forged through mutual support during their darkest hours had created a relationship that honored their father's memory while establishing something uniquely their own. They had become not just siblings but true partners, individuals whose different strengths combined to create capabilities that neither could have achieved alone. As our exploration of the deepening bond between Talon and Katarina draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves witnessing the profound truth that love often reveals its greatest strength, not during times of joy, but through periods of shared struggle. In their mutual support during the search for their missing father, in their coordinated efforts to preserve his legacy, in their recognition that grief shared becomes more bearable, while purpose shared becomes more achievable, we see reflected the eternal human capacity to find strength and connection even during our most difficult hours. Perhaps, as you settle into your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how do the relationships that sustain us through our darkest moments often reveal depths of connection we never knew existed, and what strength might we discover when we allow others to share both our burdens and our determination to honor what we hold most dear. Chapter 11. The Shadow's Code. In the twilight realm between absolute morality and practical necessity, where actions cannot be judged by simple standards of right and wrong, but must be weighed against complex considerations of loyalty, duty, and consequence, there emerges a personal philosophy that transcends conventional ethics to embrace something more nuanced and ultimately more honest about the nature of choice in an imperfect world. As we delve into the depths of Talon's evolved understanding of his profession and his place within it, imagine the careful balance he has learned to maintain between the ruthless efficiency that his work demands and the unexpected honor that guides his decisions, when efficiency alone proves insufficient to navigate the moral complexities of his existence. The code that governs Talon's actions emerged not from formal instruction or philosophical study, but from the gradual synthesis of hard-won experience, careful observation of consequences, and deep reflection on the responsibilities that accompany exceptional capability. Unlike the rigid moral systems that serve those whose lives unfold within conventional boundaries, his ethical framework acknowledges the reality that sometimes the prevention of greater harm requires actions that would be unthinkable under ordinary circumstances, yet insists that such necessity never eliminates the obligation to choose the path that minimizes suffering and maximizes the possibility of just outcomes. Picture the evolution of this understanding through years of increasingly complex assignments, early operations where clear distinctions between right and wrong provided obvious guidance, gradually giving way to situations where multiple legitimate interests competed for consideration, where the prevention of war might require actions that violated peacetime ethics, where loyalty to family and nation occasionally demanded choices that challenged personal comfort with their own moral implications. Each such encounter added new dimensions to his developing philosophy, refining his understanding of when absolute principles served justice and when rigid adherence to simple rules might actually enable greater injustice. The foundation of his code rests upon the recognition that power creates responsibility, that exceptional capability to influence outcomes carries with it the obligation to consider not just immediate tactical objectives, but long-term consequences for all those who might be affected by his actions. This understanding prevents him from viewing his assignments as mere technical challenges to be solved through skillful application of specialized techniques, instead requiring him to analyze each situation as a complex web of relationships and potential outcomes that extend far beyond the immediate scope of his involvement. Yet, this sophisticated approach to moral reasoning never paralyzes him with excessive consideration of theoretical possibilities. His street-born understanding of the difference between abstract idealism and practical reality ensures that his ethical framework remains grounded in achievable outcomes rather than perfect solutions that exist only in philosophical speculation. He has learned to distinguish between the kind of moral purity that serves primarily to make its practitioners feel virtuous and the kind of principled action that actually reduces suffering and increases justice in the world as it exists rather than as it might ideally be. The loyalty that forms the cornerstone of his personal code operates according to principles that acknowledge hierarchy while maintaining space for individual judgment when circumstances require it. His commitment to the Couteau family transcends simple obedience to become something approaching sacred trust. Yet this devotion never eliminates his responsibility to evaluate whether specific orders serve the deeper purposes that justify his loyalty in the first place. He understands that true faithfulness sometimes requires the courage to question directives that might compromise the long-term interests of those he serves, even when such questioning carries personal risks. His approach to violence reflects perhaps the most complex aspect of his moral framework. Having learned in the harsh school of street survival that sometimes force represents the only viable response to threats that cannot be addressed through other means, he neither glorifies nor condemns the use of violence as an abstract concept. Instead, he evaluates each situation according to whether alternative approaches might achieve necessary objectives with less potential for harm, always seeking solutions that accomplish required goals through the minimum application of force consistent with effectiveness and his own survival. This measured approach to conflict sets him apart from those who either embrace violence as a preferred solution or reject it entirely, regardless of consequences. He has observed how both extremes can lead to outcomes that serve neither justice nor practical necessity, how excessive aggression creates cycles of revenge that multiply suffering, while absolute pacifism sometimes enables greater violence by failing to address threats that could have been stopped through timely intervention. His code seeks the narrow path between these extremes, acknowledging force as a legitimate tool, while insisting that its application be guided by careful consideration of alternatives and consequences. The discretion that characterizes his work reflects not just operational security, but ethical conviction that some forms of knowledge create burdens that others should not be forced to bear. His commitment to maintaining the anonymity of his methods and the confidentiality of his clients serves multiple purposes, protecting those who might be endangered by association with his activities, preserving the effectiveness of techniques that depend upon secrecy for their success, and accepting personal responsibility for choices that others might struggle to understand or accept. This willingness to bear moral complexity alone, to accept the isolation that comes with making difficult choices without the comfort of shared responsibility, represents perhaps the most challenging aspect of his personal code. He recognizes that his exceptional capabilities create unique obligations that cannot be delegated to others, that the weight of decisions affecting life and death ultimately rests upon his individual judgment, regardless of what guidance or authorization he might receive from external sources. The financial dimensions of his profession are governed by principles that reflect his understanding of how monetary considerations can either support or corrupt the proper application of his abilities. While he accepts appropriate compensation for services that require exceptional skill and carry significant personal risk, he refuses assignments where payment seems designed to overcome moral reservations rather than fairly acknowledge professional expertise. His code distinguishes between work that serves legitimate strategic objectives and activities that exist primarily to enrich those who can afford expensive solutions to problems they have created through their own poor judgment. Perhaps most significantly, his ethical framework includes provisions for protecting those who cannot protect themselves, even when such protection falls outside his formal obligations. His experiences in the Undercity created lasting awareness of how easily the vulnerable can be exploited by those with power, leading to a personal commitment to ensure that his own capabilities never serve to increase such exploitation. This commitment occasionally requires him to decline assignments that would be technically legal and financially rewarding, but would contribute to outcomes that violate his fundamental understanding of justice. The evolution of his code continues through each new challenge he encounters, each situation that tests the boundaries of his existing understanding. He has learned to view moral development as an ongoing process rather than a destination to be reached, recognizing that wisdom emerges through the careful accumulation of experience rather than the sudden revelation of absolute truth. This humility about the limits of his own understanding keeps his ethical framework flexible enough to address new situations while maintaining consistency with the core principles that define his character. The political complexities of his work within Noxian society require careful navigation between personal convictions and institutional loyalties. His code acknowledges that serving within imperfect systems sometimes requires accepting compromises that would be unnecessary in ideal circumstances, yet maintains that such acceptance never eliminates the responsibility to work toward outcomes that serve justice rather than merely advancing narrow interests. He seeks to be an agent of improvement within existing structures rather than either blind supporter or destructive opponent of the society that provides context for his activities. The relationships he maintains with others in his profession reflect his understanding that shared commitment to ethical conduct can strengthen rather than weaken operational effectiveness. He has learned to distinguish between colleagues whose principles complement his own and those whose lack of moral foundation might compromise joint operations, preferring to work with individuals whose character he respects even when their specific techniques differ from his own approaches. His code's treatment of loyalty extends beyond immediate family and professional relationships to encompass broader obligations to society and humanity itself. While his primary commitments remain clear, he recognizes that these specific loyalties gain their meaning from larger purposes that transcend narrow self-interest or tribal allegiance. This perspective prevents his devotion to particular individuals or institutions from blinding him to their potential for error or corruption, maintaining space for the kind of constructive criticism that true loyalty sometimes requires. As our exploration of Talon's personal code draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves witnessing the profound challenge of maintaining moral clarity while operating in realms where simple answers rarely exist and perfect solutions remain forever beyond reach. In his careful balance between efficiency and honor, between loyalty and independent judgment, between practical necessity and ethical principle, we see reflected the eternal human struggle to remain true to our deepest values while engaging effectively with the complex realities of an imperfect world. Perhaps as you drift toward your own peaceful rest, you might consider, how do we develop personal codes that honor both our highest ideals and our practical responsibilities, and what wisdom guides us when loyalty and conscience seem to point in different directions? Chapter 12. Legacy of the Blade. In the quiet hours when the world settles into contemplative stillness, and the weight of accumulated years invites reflection upon the path that has brought us to our present moment, there emerges a profound understanding of how individual choices, seemingly small in their immediate impact, can weave together to create a tapestry of purpose that transcends the boundaries of any single life. As we draw our exploration of Talon's remarkable journey toward its full conclusion, imagine the serene satisfaction that comes with recognizing how far one has traveled from humble beginnings, how profoundly transformation can reshape not just individual destiny, but the very landscape of possibility for those who follow. The man who now moves through Noxus's shadows bears little resemblance to the desperate orphan who once scrambled through the Undercity's forgotten passages, seeking nothing more than survival until the next dawn. Yet the essential elements that defined his character during those formative years, the careful observation, the patient dedication, the unwavering commitment to excellence in whatever circumstances might demand, these remain as fundamental aspects of his identity, refined and focused, but never abandoned in favor of easier paths or more comfortable choices. Picture him in the present moment, a figure whose reputation has become legend throughout the corridors of power, whose capabilities serve as the ultimate expression of what disciplined training and natural talent can achieve when united in service of worthy objectives. The techniques he employs have evolved far beyond mere survival skills to become something approaching artistry, each movement flowing with the kind of precision that makes difficult tasks appear effortless to those fortunate enough to witness his work. The assignments that reach his attention now reflect the unique position he has achieved within Noxian strategic planning, where once he might have been considered simply another specialized tool to be employed when conventional approaches proved inadequate. He has become something more significant, a strategic asset whose very existence expands the range of problems that can be addressed through direct action rather than lengthy diplomatic or military campaigns. His counsel is sought not just for operational planning, but for the kind of tactical insights that can only emerge from years of successful application of theoretical knowledge to real-world challenges. Yet perhaps most remarkably, the success he has achieved has never diminished his fundamental humility about his place within larger designs. The street-born understanding that individual survival depends upon accurate assessment of one's capabilities and limitations has evolved into wisdom that recognizes how personal achievement gains its meaning through service to purposes that transcend individual ambition. He understands that his exceptional abilities represent not personal possession but stewardship of gifts that carry responsibilities extending far beyond his own immediate interests. The relationships that anchor his current existence reflect the profound transformation that family membership worked upon his understanding of what loyalty might mean when based on mutual respect rather than desperate necessity. The bonds forged with Katerina through shared struggle and coordinated effort have deepened into the kind of trust that requires no external validation, while his continuing devotion to Couteau's memory provides guidance that remains effective even in the general's mysterious absence. These connections offer emotional foundation that allows him to engage with the moral complexities of his profession without losing sight of the human values that give meaning to technical excellence. The search for Couteau continues, though its nature has evolved from desperate investigation to patient vigilance. Talon has learned to balance hope with acceptance, maintaining readiness to respond to any information that might lead to resolution, while refusing to allow uncertainty about one aspect of his existence to paralyze progress in other areas. This mature approach to unresolved questions reflects wisdom gained through experience with problems that resist immediate solution. Understanding that persistence often proves more valuable than intensity when addressing challenges that unfold across extended time frames. His current understanding of his profession encompasses insights that extend far beyond the technical mastery that first brought him to Couteau's attention. He recognizes how his work fits within broader patterns of political development, how individual operations contribute to strategic objectives that might take years or even decades to achieve their full implementation. This long-term perspective allows him to evaluate potential assignments not just for their immediate tactical requirements, but for their contribution to outcomes that serve justice rather than merely advancing narrow interests. The weapons he carries have become extensions of himself in ways that transcend mere familiarity with their capabilities. Each blade, each specialized tool, each piece of equipment represents years of refinement and adaptation, countless hours spent perfecting techniques until they flow with the natural inevitability of heartbeat or breath. Yet, this mastery never becomes an end in itself. The tools serve purposes that remain constantly present in his awareness, reminding him that true expertise lies not in impressive displays of skill, but in the efficient accomplishment of objectives that justify the risks their achievement requires. The networks of contacts and allies that support his operations have expanded to encompass individuals whose loyalty transcends simple financial arrangement to embrace genuine appreciation for the principles that guide his work. These relationships, carefully cultivated through consistent demonstration of integrity and competence, provide resources that no amount of money could purchase while creating mutual obligations that strengthen rather than constrain his operational freedom. He has learned that the most valuable alliances emerge not from calculated exchange of benefits, but from shared commitment to standards of excellence that honor all participants. Perhaps most significantly, his perspective on the broader implications of his work has matured to encompass understanding of how individual excellence can inspire others to pursue their own highest potential. The legend that has accumulated around his achievements serves not just as operational asset, but as demonstration that transformation remains possible, regardless of starting circumstances, that dedication and proper guidance can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles to achieve outcomes that seemed impossible from more limited perspectives. The training that once occupied so much of his time has evolved into maintenance of capabilities that have become second nature, yet he continues to seek opportunities for growth and refinement. New techniques are studied, not from any sense of inadequacy with existing methods, but from recognition that mastery requires constant adaptation to changing circumstances and evolving challenges. This commitment to continued learning reflects understanding that true expertise lies not in achieving perfection, but in maintaining the humility necessary for ongoing improvement. The political landscape within which he operates continues to shift in response to forces that extend far beyond any individual's ability to control, yet he has learned to navigate these changes with the same adaptive intelligence that once allowed him to survive in the Undercity's harsh environment. His code provides stable guidance that remains applicable regardless of external circumstances, while his experience offers perspective that helps distinguish between temporary fluctuations and fundamental transformations that require strategic adjustment. The satisfaction he derives from his work has deepened beyond simple pride in technical achievement to encompass genuine appreciation for the opportunity to apply exceptional abilities toward objectives worthy of their dedication. Each successful operation represents not just personal accomplishment, but contribution to outcomes that serve larger purposes, validation that the transformation du Couteau worked in his life has created lasting value that extends far beyond individual benefit. The financial security that his success has provided allows him choices that were impossible during his desperate early years. Yet prosperity has never diminished his fundamental appreciation for the simple necessities that once seemed beyond reach. Comfort serves not as reward for past achievement, but as foundation for future service, removing survival pressures that might otherwise compromise his ability to make decisions based purely on merit rather than necessity. His understanding of legacy has expanded to encompass not just the immediate impact of his individual actions, but the long-term influence that principled excellence can exert upon others who observe its effects. The techniques he has developed, the standards he has maintained, the relationships he has honored, all contribute to patterns that will continue to shape outcomes long after his own direct participation has ended. As evening settles over the Empire, whose interests he serves with such distinction, as shadows gather in familiar configurations that remind him of countless nights spent perfecting abilities that have brought him so far from his origins. Talon finds himself contemplating the strange journey that has transformed desperate survival into purposeful service. The skills remain essentially unchanged, yet their application now serves ends that would have seemed impossible to imagine from the perspective of that forgotten child who once moved through darkness, seeking nothing more than life itself. The blade at his side catches the last light of day, its edge maintaining the perfect sharpness that reflects not just technical mastery, but the philosophical precision that guides every aspect of his existence. In its balanced weight, in its familiar grip, in its readiness for whatever challenges darkness might bring, he recognizes symbols of transformation that encompasses far more than mere professional development to touch the very foundations of identity and purpose. As our long exploration of Talon's remarkable evolution draws toward its gentle conclusion, we find ourselves marveling at the profound truth that the most extraordinary transformations often begin with the simplest recognition that excellence deserves nurturing, that potential awaits proper guidance, that family can be forged through shared commitment to worthy purposes. In his journey from nameless orphan to legend, whose very existence expands possibilities for others, we witness testimony to the eternal human capacity for growth when talent meets opportunity, and both are guided by wisdom that understands how individual achievement gains its deepest meaning through service to something greater than self. Perhaps, as you settle into your own peaceful rest, carried by the gentle rhythm of this story toward dreams that honor both struggle and triumph, you might reflect upon your own journey of becoming. What hidden potentials await discovery within the circumstances of your current existence, and how might the seemingly small choices you make each day be weaving themselves into a legacy of transformation that extends far beyond anything you can presently imagine?